Hello? Check, check, check. Can you hear me? Everything functioning? Were you on the functioning end of the spectrum today? It do be one of those days. I've had this, I have a hard time calling him a man because of the, the pussy shit I've been seeing, but, had this man in my Twitter notifications freaking the hell out because I said I was going to watch his video. I haven't even done anything yet. Can't wait to see how this one goes. It's gonna be a good time. I'm just getting my headphones plugged on in here. I kind of wish this game had loading music. That would be nice. I do not. I do not have audio. You guys have audio. I don't have audio. That's gonna be a problem for me. There we go. Got it now. Yo, what's going on? Twitter has been a dumpster fire as usual. Elon Musk shooting himself in the foot constantly. I've heard some rumors about his owing Google money. Oh, I forgot what we were doing, and now I've remembered what we were doing. Oh no. Hello. Wait, you can't see me. What's going on? Oh, my thing turned off. Oh. That's awkward. How did that happen? My chair is still there. What happened? Oh, that's bizarre. Yeah. Huh? Do you see my chair? Turn it back on? No. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, did my camera finally eat it? Actually, to be fair, I've had this camera for a good number of years. Oh, you know what? I know what happened. When I switched my cords over to turn the system on, I bet you I hit the USB. Technical difficulties. Uh-oh. One of these will work. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. Ah, there we go. Hello? Hello? Whoop. Hello! Okay, there we go. We did it! Yeah, I forgot I was planning on fighting the dragon today. Or next. Alright. I think we prepped our stuff though, right? We were all prepped up for it. I'm pretty sure. If you'll notice, my lighting in here looks a little bit better now. Specifically because the green screen is now at the back of the room. See, I don't know if you can see the right on the edge there. That's the doorway. So now my green screen is not like, see? Ta-da! It's all the way back there instead of like right in front of me. Or right behind me. So that way there's a little bit more light, it's a little bit nicer. The game is not froze. Oh, yes it is. Wait a minute, why is the game frozen for you guys? Hold up. It's not frozen for me. No. There you go. Should be good now. I just reset it. When in doubt, turn it off and turn it back on again. Also, it is pajama day, because I don't care. I got little penguins on my legs. Alright, we're functioning. I see that whiz robe, and I ain't gonna fuck with that. I don't remember why I pinned that spot. Alright, well, let's get started. We need to check our... You know what? I need to check my stuff. Okay. 3 of our weapons are almost down. Okay, we need to get... I would have ran into that fight with no weaponry. Okay. Oh, you're right. Thank you. It is the Great Fairy Fountain. That's right. Alright, let's find us some, like... Alright, well, I don't really want that. I'm gonna take their wood, though, because I'm a dirty crime boy, and I'm gonna take all their stuff. We gotta get some... We gotta get some weapons. This is no bueno. There's gotta be some bacabos around here somewhere. Happy Canada Day weekend, by the way, for any Canadians out there. Besides me. Happy Canada Day to me. Oh, what the hell's going on here? Ice fruit. A bear! Okay, well. The bear didn't seem to notice us. That one almost got me. Alright. An ice fruit, eh? Okay, so I'm a little bit rusty. I haven't played for like a week. So expect shenanigans. Expect me to press all of the wrong buttons. Is Red Sox baseball? Oh, so I'm taking both of these. Thank you. Okay. I'm just gonna keep knocking him back. Thank you. I needed this stick. Greatly appreciated. Thank you for your sacrifice. Perfect. Alright, that gives me... Well, I can get rid of this. I mean, I like this, and I like this, but they're both about to go down, so... We're gonna have to find some crap to merge with some other crap. Oh, hi. Thing. Give me... What? What? What do you mean? I just broke a weapon. Oh. What did I pick up? Oh. I had a traveler's sword. Alright, well, let's drop this, I guess. Let's grab this. Alright. What can we make here? We got some good shit. So I guess we drop this. This thing is pretty solid. Construct bow broadsword. What the frickety fuck? This game, man, I swear to God. Alright. What do we want to combine here? Let's drop this on the ground. Let's grab... What do we got that's worthwhile here? We got this thing. We got this thing. Black Bacabo horn, Boss Bacabo horn. What does this one add? Plus 10. This one's plus 17. Alright, well, you're using this one. Drop it. Then... Oh, God. L. There we go. Oh, I have to be holding one of them. That's right. I forgot. No! Wrong button. God damn it. Cool. Nice. We got our trident. Alright, I'll hit the sword button. Stop being mad at me. Equip that one. We're going... Oh. There we go. Yo! Silver Moblin Horn. 33?! Excuse me? Jesus Christ! Okay. Thank you for this swirly bullshit looking thing. Oh my god. That Wizrobe's too close to me. Go away. I don't... Fuck off. I don't want anything to do with you. I probably should do this, like, in the area where I'm not gonna get jumped by moblins, right? I should move back a little bit. There we go. Is that a little bit better? Yeah, we're kind of sitting in an awkward spot. I lean forward a little bit while I play, too. God, I don't remember how to play the game anymore. Not that I was good at it to begin with. Okay, we also have this thing. I feel like a regular broadsword for this is pretty solid. Yeah, I like that. We should probably do something about this shield also. Alright, with the straight. Alright, stop being mad at me. Okay, okay. I got rid of this stupid shield. Alright. We also need... I also have this. So we should probably turn that into something as well. Alright, like stone. This is an elixir thing. What is this thing? Hammer attached to a weapon to moderately increase its attack power. Whoops. What do we got that's, like, good for defense? Anything? 5. Maintain some charge. Yes, we're checking out Hyrule Castle after this. Yep, yep. You right. Ew. I do have critters for a potion. I do got them critters. I guess what do I have a bunch of that will be decent? I mean, 7 plus 7 would be fine, I guess. What's this one? 6? Yeah, I guess this will work. Stupid. Looks so dumb. I can put a shield on a shield? Alright, let's put a shield on a shield. Let's do it. I got double shields. What did it do? Gave me 14. It's still 14. I don't understand. Let's go find a rock. Let's actually equip this one. Oh. Okay, let's go find us a rock. Tulin, you scared the shit out of me. I think there's a rock over there. But it lasts twice as long? Is that how that works? Is that a rock? Yes, it is. Rock to the shield. There we go. Why did it... Why is it angled like that? Oh my god, alright. I'm pretty sure the fight is that way. Yeah, right? The taser or the, like, lighting them on fire? I do now have more room for more shields. This is true. I have room for one more shield now. I don't know if the taser's gonna work against the dragon. We're gonna find out. Oh, look at the fairy fountains just, like, poofing up over there. Alright, I see him. Maybe we'll find a shield between point A and point B. How are we gonna fight this guy? I have no idea. I have no idea how to fight this thing. This is the first one I've encountered, so get ready to lose. Do we believe in ourselves? I'm not convinced. My palms are sweaty. Knees are weak. I gotta take my arm brace off, actually. I've been wearing a wrist brace because the health and safety lady told me to. So I've been trying to wear it for like an hour or two a day. Because, you know, being an artist, you wreck your wrists really easily. Alright. Oh, it's spooky. I'm scared. I'm a little bit nervous. I feel like I have lots of bomb arrows. I think I should change my thing to the recall. Just because I feel like that's what I'm gonna use. Too much fap, need a rip brace. Too much I mean, yeah, it really do be like that. It's just too much fap. I mean, I ran into that one aviator wearing bald guy on Twitter, so now, like, I can't control myself. I gotta protect my wrists. It's okay, I got Toolin with me. We're fine. We're good. Whoops. God. What do all of my buttons do? Oh, is that a complete garbage bow that I have equipped right now? Yes. We're gonna swap to that. Okay. Okay. There's something special about wearing AV. Oh. Well, there's no sneaking up on this guy. What does he do? Show me. Okay. Screw you. Oh my god! Did you see that shot? Oh, okay, can't get hit at all. Noted. And that lasts some time. Go, Toolin, go! It's okay, we wait. We got some patience. Is it aiming for Toolin? That's kind of funny. Got it. Whoop. We wait, we good, we good. We're fine! No. No, bro. It ain't about this life. I'm pretty sure I have eyeballs. Where are my eyeballs? Do I have other eyeballs? Is this like... Oh, let's try this. I'm curious. Hey, fuck you! Oh, their heads wake up. So I guess you need to knock their eye. Okay, hold on. I feel like... Do I have regular Key's eyes? By most used. No, I want like... Like, I imagine the Ice Key's eyes aren't really gonna do a whole lot for me. Sort by type. Okay, that'll work. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Boink. Nope. Okay, we wait. Gonna go to the other side. Get bonked. Okay. We did it. Now I make sure we actually have our thing that does a buttload of damage equipped. And we run away! Eee! Okay, we good. We made it. Look at that! I'll just use the Ice Key's eyes. What's the worst that could happen? I heal him? You down? No. Go down. I know, I really don't appreciate that your head is, like, up there. Send her away! Woo! Remind me to, like, just hunt keys everywhere every time I see them. Oh man, I hate that one. Yeah, well, fuck you! Ah, you knocked me over. Get up, Link! Run! Alright, well, this is gonna get hard again. 'Cause I'm running out of Key's eyes. Where are these snowballs coming from, dude? Ouch! Fuck! Right. No. Oh, that's a thing. I hate that. Oh, oh, he coming. Oh lordy. At least I have Tulin with me, who's a badass. Oh. This is fine. This is fine. Everything's fine. This is fine. Just stupid face out of here. Damn, I'm gonna get shot. Come here. Oh, you wiggly booger. Yeah, I don't care. Keep yelling. Stay mad. Aww. Boo. Hi. Peekaboo. Ooh. Come on. Whoops. 2 shots. Where are you going? Oh shit. Come on. Yeah, there we go. We got him. We got him. What's our next one? This one. Woo! Yeah, he does look like the Hydra. Get on the Hydra's back! Oh my god, I'm so glad I made weapons. Like, this would have been obnoxious and oh, come on, man. Don't do it. Don't do it! Thanks. Big preach. Hi. Hello. Oh my god. Hello. Hi. Hello. Stop staring at me. You're freaking me out. Whoop! No. Don't like it. Don't like it. Don't like your goobery face. Don't like you. Don't like your face. Man. Nobody's doing nothing here. Whoa. Hi? Hello? I just like that I have a rock. Luckily for me. It's fine, I'll wait. You done? No? Okay. Hello? He knows where I am. Bro. This man will not take a chill pill. Hi. Did you cut it out? Thanks. Hello. Whoa, shit. Oh, fuck. The snowballs. Where are you, buddy? Come on. Oh my god. You are such a bitch. God, this takes forever. Hey, suck my dick. Why are you so far away? Where are you going? Oh, fuck. Okay. No, this is fine. This is fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. This is fine. This is fine. Alright, what do we need here? I need to look at my materials. What do we got? We got bomb arrows. Maybe we go for bomb arrows. Are you done? No? You still up there? It's cool. I'll wait. Attach wings to arrows? Alright, we'll give it a shot. What do we got here? Fuck you! Nope. Does he just stay up there now? Oh boy, alright. Well, I'll just wait for him to calm down a little bit, and then we'll run on over there. Are you done? Oh, there's another spot over there. Alright, wait for this patch. Alright, off we go. This is fine. I wonder if I can jump on one of those things and rewind it. I bet that's what you're supposed to do. Hold on, I got it. I had to wait for him to fire again. Good job, Toolin. Where is this guy? There he is. Come on! Shoot something at me. Let's go! Sup, loser? Oh shit! Oh, come on. Oh god, I have fallen. Woo! Alright, well, we got the idea. Let me just get under here for a second. Did he come down? Where is he? Where is, am I right underneath him? Oh, man. Ah, there we go. Hi. Hello, friend? Alright, what do we want attached to... Yeah, I think we go bomb. I think we go bomb flowers. I think that's our bet here. Where are we? We go bombs. Where are our bombs? Bombs. Oh, fuck. Damn. Well, I hit him, but I didn't hit him fast enough. Alright, alright. We did good. That not bad for our first try. We made it to the 3rd stage. Not too shabby. Also, I'm too cold. I noticed that when we get up there, we're taking damage, so that's no bueno. Ugh, alright. What do we got? What do we lose? What do we still have access to? We still have an unforged weapon here, so we might want to do something about that. And we should have switched to this one instead of this one. That's okay. We still have the eyes. So we got eye. We do have fire shot, which I think we should have used more. Let's not look at the wings. Arrows and thrown weapons go travel further. Alright. Okay, okay. I think I can waste less of our stuff this time. I think I got a better... I think I got a better grasp of what's going on now. By that I mean I have a grasp of what's going on now. Hey, fucko! How has he not noticed me? Can I sneak attack this bitch? Hello? Alright. Bro. There we go. Hi! Oh, I'm wasting our stuff. Oh. I might have fired too soon. I'm using our shitty bow! I fucked up! I want to start again. Oh, Oops. Hello. God, you're annoying. And ugly. You are an ugly bitch. This is a terrible spot. I hate this spot. I don't like it. I want something more solid. I don't like a hole in the middle. Oh, is that how it works? I didn't notice that, actually. Thanks for telling me. Come on, man. Oh, you know what I need to do, also? I need to... This is going terribly wrong. Everything has gone immediately terribly wrong. Oh my god, I can't hit shit now! Yeah! Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Guys, I can't hit shit now. Hold on a second. I got lazy. Alright. Listen, fucking. Yeah. I see. Nope. God, why was I having such an easy time last round? And now I can't hit shit. There we go. I need to turn the motion controls back on. I can't... I'm not moving fast enough. My positioning is still bad. God, I hate you. Nope. Did I get cocky? Is that what that was? I don't think that was cockiness. I did call him ugly. I just couldn't hit shit. Alright. Let's actually put on our correct bow. There we go. Let's make sure the weapon we have equipped is the right weapon. And not a shitty, rusty traveler's sword. Okay. You lost the beginner's luck advantage. Alright, this time... Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we want to be? What do we got going on here? Where's a good spot? Where were we before? That was such a great spot. Was it that one? It wasn't that one. Where was that? Our first spot was really good. Oh well, he found us, so... Hello! A little bit patient. Come on. Come on. There we go. We're not gonna use the charge, because every time we use the charge, we lose our freaking... They just run away. Alright, now we go back. Oh god, I'm stuck! I'm stuck on a wall! Fucking Christ. There we go. Fine, we wait. The fact that all three of the heads come up every time is pretty yikes. That's one. That's two. What? That hit? What the hell? There we go. Oh, we got the other one. Oh, fuck! Come on, come on, come on. Get up, Link. Oh, wow. We got no time on that one. Well, it's on Tulin, so we got that going for us, which is nice. Good job, Tulin! Way to go, bro. Got him. 1, 2. Oh, I got 3. Nice. Alrighty. And we run back. And we run back. Woo! We got 3 of these. We can't miss these ones. They're really important. Because they go more damage. I would appreciate it if he fucked off a little bit, though. Oh, come on, man. Alright, that's all of our keys, eyes. We do have fire, which if we can get a good shot off, should be good. Oh my god. Nice. That's 2. Could you fuck off, dude? Nice. Alright, gotta be a little bit patient. A little bit patient. Alright, now we switch to the right weapon this time. Oh, we made it. Alright. Whew! We are doing good. We're doing good. What do we got left? We got one of these. No, I don't want to deal with your snowballs. Damn it. We got bombs. Bomb to the face. Fuck you! Apparently the bombs just do good damage. Oh, I can't believe that didn't hit. Oh, shit. Oh my god. Peekaboo! Got him. Oops. Oh, nonsense. Could you? Are you serious? We're back to being able to hit nothing. Okay. What do we got? Back to bombs. Bombs it is! Bomb! Bomb. Fuck you! I just blew that one up in my own face, and I broke my bow. Whoops! That's fine, I'll wait. Fuck you. This works! Oh my god, I pinged him 3 times in a row with the bomb arrow. Alright, we are now at the final stage. Where's a good hidey hole? We need a little bit of a hidey hole. There we go. We gotta prepare ourselves. Gotta make sure we're ready. What are we gonna use when we get up there? I almost feel like we should have saved the homing ones for when we were up there. So we want time stop. Shit. We got plenty of time to use the time stop, so I'm not worried about that. What do we want to attach? We could attach additional damage. That might be our bet here. Like, we can throw, like, oh, I got a fire key's eye left. Okay. I can use that. That'll work. That'll be something. We can try the wings, yeah. I think the wings and the eye is going to be our bet. I think that's our play. Alright. Alright, boy, where are you? Oh, it broke. I think he broke it. See, we're freezing up here. What do we got here? We got the wings, right? Let's do the eye and then the wings. We hit him, right? Yeah, we got one of his eyes is down. Or one of his heads is down. Come on. Oh, that's the... Wait, what? When did that change? Hold on. We got him. Come down! Oh, you kidding me? Seriously? Your head came right back up right when I knocked your other head down? This is some nonsense. Come on, loser. Oh, hey, a rock. What? What? Hello? Yeah! Ah! Oh no! Uh-oh. Nah. I have to start again. Damn it! We did really good, but... Damn. What was playing in Discord? Shit. Oh, what? What the hell? Why am I, like, not getting nearly as high now? What? Huh? I think the game might be fucking with me here. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I have some cold resistant stuff. It's not a big deal. Um... Oh, the icy thing hit the platform. Oh, okay. I got you, I got you. It also doesn't help that everything one-shots me. Damn. Damn. Okay. We're getting better at this. Yeah, this dude's a little bit bullshit. I like him, though. He's fun. Okay, what do we got? What do we have that we might want? Where did my shield on top of a shield go? Oh, it's still there, okay. Alright. Okay, we're gonna save our Key's eyes. That's what we're gonna do. We are going to kick the shit out of him with regular... We're just gonna use bombs. We're just gonna use bombs at the beginning, and then when we're up in the sky, we're gonna bonk him with Key's eyes. Because that's gonna be the play. Hi! No? Okay. Was this our spot? I think this was our spot. I gotta wait for him to come back. Come on, bud. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Everything's cool. We're chill. We chill. Hello! This is fine. That's not what I want. I want these. Get up. Come on. Stop. Being impatient. Switched my bow. My bad. He wiggled right when I fired. Stop wiggling right when I fire, you little bastard! Link! Swear to God, dude. Go down! Oh my God. I didn't mean to hit that. Alright. So far away! Thank you, I think. Alright. Be patient. Why is he just not taking damage now? There we go. No? Oops. I hit him in the wing, but... You fucker. Or a bitch. So you're a bitch! Fuck you! Oh, that would have been clean! How is his head up already, man? Oh my god. Oh god. This guy is an asshole. Fuck you. He's just not taking damage now. See his bar? Why did that hit me? I'm thinking the wings. I think the wings are gonna end up being the go-to here because, like, the... What? Are you kidding me? There we go. Dude. Get bonked, man. Oh my god, come on. Did you go down? Please? Thank you! Fucking Christ. Do I have, like, a... Damn. I do. Yeah. Take more damage! Attack up! Get bonked! Ah! This is fine. This is fine. This guy is a dick. We only need like 2 more shots on him before he's gonna like... Fuck you? Fuck you though? I feel like that didn't hit me. Suck my dick? Did that waste my fucking thing? Are you kidding me? Oh my god. How did that not hit him? Are you kidding me? There's no way. There. There's no way. Oh my god. Can I kill him before he gets to step 3? Throw it! Damn, he fucking got up. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, whatever, dude! Holy shit! I'm not gonna lie, some of this feels a little bit like nonsense. Some of this feels like I hit that shit and it's just not hitting that shit. You think I grazed the rock? I might have. That's fair. Alright, we got the Key's Eyes for when we get up there now. Alright. Whew. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Where is he? Damn. Oh, come on, man. Yeah, good job, Toolin. You're really showing him. You've got it. Get fucked! Oh no! God damn it! My thing fired instead of fucking pulling out the goddamn thing! No! No! I fucking god damn it! Come on, man! Oh no! Oh no! Well, I'm gonna go ahead and stretch real quick because we got a stretch given to us, so we'll do that. Oh my god, I can't believe that. Oh, the Dazzle Fruit? What does the Dazzle Fruit do for this? Does the Dazzle Fruit do anything? We can try it. Alright, let's make sure we're equipped. God, first try! We could start with the with this one instead. It does more damage. Alright. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna get hold on, I get a bathroom break. I can't believe I hit the wrong button. I can't believe that. Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. Jesus Christ. Remember when I said I hadn't played this game in a while? Fuck. By the way, if you hear some sound in the background, that's just the kettle boiling. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Okay. Alright. So, we only need to take him out of the sky once. Right? The dazzle fruit. We only need to take him out of the sky once. So we just gotta get him there. Alright. We don't have to worry about saving more eyes for him to come down. The trick is can we get him down? Hey! Hey! Fuck you! Come here, you little bastard. Can we get him low enough? Hi! Go down! Wait, hold on. Hold on. Nice, focused on Tulin, luckily for me, and we good. We Gucci. Said the dazzle fruit, right? Let's give it a shot. Oh no, I missed. Come here. Where are you? Well, I hit him, but I don't know if the dazzle fruit did any extra. Fuck you. And fuck you again. And fuck you one more time. Bam, bitch. I got extra attack on, so I'm kind of hoping I can get him down in 2 tries. 2 tries is pretty... I already got him down twice. Like, we're doing work. God, I can't see. Why are you doing that now? Link, you fuck! Ah! Alright. Oh, get the fuck out of here. Alright, so we're gonna try the dazzle fruit again. We're gonna let him calm the fuck down. Bye! Boop. Boop. Yeah, it doesn't look like the dazzle fruit does any extra. Oh shit, we got him again. Nice. This is going great! Alright. Come here, you fucking bitch. Hey, fuck you. Fuck out. Damn. I didn't get him. Alright. So, do we want to do the cool resistance? I think we keep our attack up. I think this is fine. Let him do his thing. Yeah, we're waiting for you. Come on. Make your big fuck off cloud in the sky. Yeah, just remember my button. Let's not press the wrong button this time. It's okay, we still got fairies this time. We need a smaller one. What the fuck? What? Get up, you fuck. God damn it, Link. What? Uh-huh. There we go. Where is he? Over there. Okay. And we go to... Nope. 1. 2. Oh, come on, man. Oh, I don't have an item equipped! Ah! Don't get up, 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 stay down! Get down, get down, get down, get down! Stay down, stay down, stay down! Get fucked! Ah! Cool dudes don't look at explosions! Gleeok wing, Gleeok wing, Gleeok frosthorn. What, I'm getting eyeballs for this? Damn. Whoo! We fucking did it, my friends. We beat the Gleeok. We beat the icy boy! We have 1 fairy left, too. Whoo! Save the game. Yeah, fair. You're right. This is gonna auto-save and I'm gonna lose it? Yeah. We did it. First try! Hell yeah. Ugh. I'm so proud of us. Good job, everybody. That was some teamwork. Look around more. What am I looking for? Look around more. Oh, they're usually guarding something? Oh, that's interesting. There's a geoglyph here? Oh, okay, okay. I have no idea. I think my horse is in the stable. Like, I don't... I don't think my horse is even out. Oh, yeah, my horse is way over here. I kind of left Cream behind on an adventure. Looking around, looking around. Found a pine cone. That looks interesting. Is this something? There's some dazzle fruits. That's nice. I can pick up this rock. Didn't find nothing. Yeah, apparently I'm a bad horse owner. Actually, I've done pretty good taking care of my horse this time around. Cream is great. I'm gonna switch us to the Ascend and go through here. Wait, can you ascend sideways? No, okay. And I ain't found shit. I swear to God, if while I'm looking around I get a goddamn blood moon, and that fucker comes back, I'm gonna have some words. Oh, there it is. I found it. Okay. We're heading in the right direction. Do-do-do. The hell is that? It's a golden pony! Guys, I found a golden pony. I mean, we're not replacing cream, right? We all agree that we're not replacing cream. Hold on one second. My hot water did not get hot. I hope you guys like my pajama pants. Accidentally killed your horse. You can, I think you can get your horse back. I think there's ways to do that. Yeah, I have more than one horse. We're just not giving up cream. They got penguins on them. There we go. Do I need to sneak up on this horse? Oh, fireworks are going off. Oh, apparently I do need to sneak up on this horse. Hold on, I might need to let Puck in. He does not like the fireworks. Okay, I checked. He's good. Puck is not a fan of the fireworks, and I needed to make sure he was okay. He's in the, he's in another room hiding under a desk. It's usually best to let him find wherever he's comfortable, and then, like, rather than to try to convince him to go somewhere else. You know what I mean? I don't know if I need to sneak up on this horse to get it. This is supposed to be Zelda's horse, right? I think I was on a quest to do this. I, like, freaked out or something. I remember the first game had, like, a really big horse in it, too. I thought I had that horse, but I didn't see it in the list of horses. I will make sure he gets a boop once he's feeling a little better. There's the glyph. Oh, we go though. You need stamina for this shit. Good thing I have this. Oh, we did it. Alright, let's take you back. I don't know how upset you are in general, and then we will come right back for our, Oh, only 3, eh? Pretty fast, though. It feels fast, at least. I do love the music in this game. This horse looks fucking weird. The audible groan from the joke in the chat, yeah. Reasonable. Did I not do this shrine? Hello. Oh, look who's finally back home. No doubt about it. This is Princess Zelda's steed for certain. I've been worried sick, but now you found it. Yes, I did. Oh, when did you... Oh, never mind. So, partner, when you show up and save the day in the middle of my reporting work here, well, it kind of throws me off my saddle, you know what I'm saying? Audible groan for the pun, yes. Oh, just giving you a hard time. Besides, those good deeds of yours just feather my reputation. You make me proud. But, is it just me, or has that misplaced pony there gotten kind of attached to you? I know this horse well. I do believe you're right. Really, you'd be doing me a favor if you kept this gentle creature. Princess Zelda asked me to find someone who could take good care of it, and your travels around Hyrule, perhaps. You'll even have a chance to reunite this horse with the princess. If that's the case, partner, then how could you say no to keeping it? Do us a favor for the horse, at least. Wait, I want you to have this too. Ooh. Bridle is well known for being a favorite of the Hylian royal family. Its gold ornaments leave an impression, but its true value is in its solid craftsmanship. Also, please take this. Royal Saddle. Shimmering emblem. Design of the saddle signifies its origins of the Hyrule royal family. They say Princess Zelda herself once used this saddle for her own beloved horse. These are bridle and saddle left by Princess Zelda. The little ones accustomed to those, so feel free to use them. Also, take this with you. Energizing elixir. Oh, nice. Thanks! I thought you could use an energizer elixir if I had to calm down the horse after it bolted off, but I don't need that anymore, so I'll give it to you. You might still be a rookie, but you're every bit as good as a reporter as I thought you'd be. Thanks to you, we have a full story when I write my article. Oh, that's right, this was your first job, wasn't it? Partner, you did quite well to get such results on your first time out. Why, I'm feeling a little proud myself. Here's the start of an old nest egg. Oh, thanks. 50 rupees. Nice. Money! As you take on more stories, your base pay will obviously increase, and there are bonuses, of course. Keep up the good work. Alright, I'm off to the office to write up this whole piece for the paper. Take care, partner. Let's work together again soon. So long! Okay, bye. Why is that dog so happy? I mean, I'm not about to complain because I like befriending the dogs, but...
Yeah.
Thanks for coming in such bad weather. Welcome. Stopia, thank you for blah 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 blah. 1 point. Oh, okay. Princess Zelda's golden horse. We're quite to register it. Yeah. Understood. New horse. Well, damn. Yes. What are we gonna call this horse? Okay. Looks like you got some points saved up. Link, if you want... Hey, wow. Okay. If you want to get your reward, step up to the side counter. I keep my ledger and we'll be off the registration process. What are we naming this horse? Chat, I'm leaving this to you. I cannot be held responsible for naming horses. I want to call it Trumpet because it's gold. Goldie. Unicorn? Midas? Oh, Midas is good. Alright, let's do Midas. Midas is good. And it's short. Midas is good. We go Midas. Yes. Board it. Get out of here. Where's Cream? What is the world coming to? Moon and stars, but nowadays you look up and see floating islands in the sky. Strange things. Future's full of anxiety. Okay, yeah, listen. Could you... Yeah, get Cream in there. Thank you. I left Cream kind of in the middle of butt fucking nowhere. Alright, there we go. Alright, let's look at this thing. Pony points! Receive reward.
Hi.
Hello.
Oh.
Pony points reward! Hey, we got the towing harness.
Oh.
A wagon or an item.
Huh?
Horse god fabric will be yours. Kind of item to bring to the Kanto Village dye shop. We appreciate your patronage. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Give me cream back.
Oh. Oh.
Who named this horse? Yeah, I definitely named these two. I named them Cream and Latte. I don't know who named this one. Might have been while my sister was playing. It's rare to see chat agreeing on something. Changing its gear. Yeah. Towing harness. Ooh. I mean, that looks... You know what? No, I kind of hate it.
Oh.
You know what? No, it's fine.
Oh.
Target while mounted and then force the horse to stop and move step by step. Okay, yeah, no, I'm fine. We're fine, we're fine. Cream is the best horse. And we'll make sure that Cream gets an apple, if we have any apples. We're out of apples! What do we give to... God, no! Shit. I don't have any carrots either. Alright, Cream, you're just gonna have to put up with it for now. Thanks. Alright. I missed the music. Yeah, we gotta go find the horny man. Yeah, we're out of apples. Oh, well, that thing can go fuck off. Oh, you can also fuck off. I don't want anything to do with you. So I guess this guy was guarding the horse? Yeah, we gotta find the horny man. We rescued one horny man. We might have to rescue the rest of the troop. Alright, we are heading back to Hyrule Castle. Did we do that? Is that something we've done? Hold on. Have we done that shrine? Is that a shrine we did? I don't think so, because it's got the swirlies around it. We're just gonna go around that guy. Yes, we are grabbing the geoglyph. It's this direction. It's right behind here. Yeah, we're heading right to it. Look, it's right there. See? Right here. It is time for Ultra Hand. Nope, not that one. Can you really blame me for thinking I had forgotten? No, I can't. You're right. I don't blame you for... Whoa! Woo! Got it. Duh. I forgot how creepy my hand looks. Blood. Ugh.
Queen Sonia! Queen
Ganon! This is the first time I've actually seen thick Ganon.
Finally.
Oh, hi, Maya.
Finally, it is mine.
That's what he said about getting this role.
I can feel my strength surging.
Oh no, furry grandma, no! Ooh, spooky. Very cool. Demise. The goblins are from space. The monsters are from the moon. What is this, Final Fantasy VIII? Come on. Oh, I haven't even seen one of these guys yet. Oh, what's that thing? Are those Gyptos? Yikes.
Sonia! You were too late, Rauru. You took for granted the godlike power you had in your hands. Do you now see the potential you squandered? As for her, she is merely the first victim of your arrogance. You tried to control me, Rauru, and you will die knowing that you failed. Ganon!
His third eye just opened up.
Sonia needs you.
So she's got the Purapad. Okay. This dude got a Super Saiyan level 3 power up. He doesn't even care. Damn. Well, I guess the blood moon's been going on for a really long time. Memories have been added to your memories log. Alright, let's look for another rock. Damn. What is... Something's hitting me in the back here. Fuck off. What? In the fucking... Where's the bastard that was hitting me from behind? Because there's no way in hell that wasn't like a... Thanks. What are those called? The... Shit, what are they called? Yeah, cool, thanks, come here. The dudes that shoot rocks. The hell are they called? Brain? Octorocks? Yes, thank you, Octorocks. Oh my god, keys. Yes. Come to me, keys. Come to me. We will murder every key we see and collect all their bits. They're literally the best thing in this game. Get out of here. Hell yeah. Give me your eyes. Wonderful. Wonderful. Yes, yes, yes. I needed to get the keys first. They take priority. Alright, we're gonna make our way to Hyrule Castle. Yes, hello. Bye-bye. Thank you. Alright, we are going to grab this shrine on our way by. Oh, hold up. Oh, hello. Hi there. You stay here, Cream. These guys got some good old eyeballs on them. Oh, I didn't realize that guy was there. Hello. Goodbye. Bye. Oh, there's a bunch of them! Fancy! Woo! There we go. Nice! Where is that dude's eyeballs? I needs them. Nice, got more arrows. Good, 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 good. Tell me if you guys... Steve's everywhere. Yeah, what the fuck? Tell me if you see the flying things. Shit. I don't know where he fell. I collected one of them, but I don't know where the other one went. You guys see him? I know I killed two of them. Maybe he's up top? Oh, I didn't even notice those were spikes. I just walked into them like an asshole. Bonk. That is something I would do in real life. just look from up here, see if we can see anything. Maybe I did collect them. Oh yeah, I got 3. Guess I did collect them. Alright. Where are we going? Where's that shrine? There it is. Cream will catch up. God. I got one banged by a rock? Are you kidding me? Fuck you. This guy's still throwing rocks at me. Bro, fuck off. Oh, God. Alright, I'll come back for you. Oh, this is surrounded by fire. Well. Or ice, sorry. Fire. Well. This is certainly awkward. Oh, hello. Hello, free key eyeballs. He's gonna freeze me. Yeah, get out of here. Thank you. Maybe I need to go from underneath and ascend. I don't know. I got wood. Whoa. Look at what this looks like. 30, 24. Damn. Alright, I got some wood and some flint, right? Let's light a fire, see what happens. Nothing. None of these look like they're fiery type things. Or, I mean, holes. Icy prime meat. Okay, cool. Neato. Maybe this one. Oh, right, the flamethrowers. I forgot about those. I might have one of those. Whoop, whoop. I have one. I got one. I want to put it on my shield, right? Like, that's the way to go do these things, right? There's a Bacabo in there! Found no holes. Hello, keys. Come to mommy. Come to mommy. Eyeballs. I don't like that they're flying the wrong direction. I am going to one-bang this dude. There we go. Come here! Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Beautiful. Can make a fire and throw a pine cone. Oh, and use that to fly upwards. Oh, that's a good idea. That's a solid idea. That Bacabo is still just hanging out over there. Icy gourmet meat. Lovely. Alright. Oh, you can fuck right off! Ah, fucking bastard. They've done a lot more with the enemies that just kind of pop up. I'll deal with you later. Oh, hi. Thank you for dying. I greatly appreciate it. It's fine, we can wait. Get out of here. Don't need that. Nice! Bonk. What we get? Oh, nice. We need a new shield. Sweet. Nice. Ooh. Yeah, I got it. You need to reach your friend. I don't know where your friend is, and quite frankly, I'm not worried about you right now. Alright, I think we're out of we're out of juice. Alright, where's a good spot to do this? Maybe... Where do we want to do this? I guess right here. Two, and boop, and boop, and then we can, you said we can throw the pine cone? Throw the pine cone. Throw, drop back, select? I have no throw option. Take. Inventory. Hold. Pine cone. There we go. That works! There we go. Throwing you hold R like throwing a weapon. And press up on the D-pad. Oh, do I need to be holding a weapon to throw? Is that how it works? I don't know. I'll figure it out eventually. Mallet smash! Oh, this sounds like fun. Oh, it's this game again. I've played this game. Oh, wait, last time I played this game, I needed to swing it. Now I'm doing something different. What are we doing this time? I mean, that's not in line. I feel like I need more bits. But I don't have any more bits. Not even close to the center, but hey, it works. Alright. So... like this? Hey! Nice. I'm an engineer, guys. Ew. Boom. Easy. I'll grab the chest in a minute. I'll just walk back in. Kerbal Space Program? Hell yeah. I've never actually played Kerbals. I've only ever heard, like, really fun, cool shit about it. And, like, I've seen videos. How many of these am I at now? How many we got? Get the gross out of my hand. Ugh. Seven! Nice. Okay, bye. Thanks, Goat Granddad. I feel like I'm at the edge of the world. Also, that ring of rocks look like it probably might be a Korok thing. Alright, yeah, just walk back in. Let's go get our chest. Excuse me. Sir? Excuse me. Head up. Oh, is the chest up there? Alright. Are you serious, Link? God, you're such a weenie. Why are you such a weenie, Link? How do I get on this thing? Oh, there's a bigger one. Never mind. Do. Nice. Oh no, I need this. I need this in my life. That is definitely an upgrade. Okay, later. Thanks, Goat Grandpa. Now listen, collecting chests is a healthy compulsion because you're in a safe environment, so it's fine. It's fine to indulge. All right, we're going to Hyrule Castle. Why did I pin this? What is here? You know what? You know what? I don't remember, and I'm gonna get rid of it before it causes me problems. Okay, where is... Yeah, okay, we are going... We got some distance to go. Oh boy. Time to get back on the road again. Fuck you! I don't like the choo-choos. They're assholes. Damn. Figures. Don't run into the spikies, you weirdo. Alright. Where is the road? Oh, I gotta get all the way. Alright. This is fine. We going this way. Oh, I forgot about the Korok. Ah, fuck him. Oh god, it's you again? Oh my god. Fine. I forgot about the Korok. Oh well. Huh. Well, that didn't quite do what I wanted it to do. Alright. I think it's got a little slot spot. Ain't that neato? Is that gonna tip backwards? Wait. Hold on, I think that might be too heavy on one side. I think it's gonna... We're gonna do this. There. Try that. You know, if this guy could hold it up, you would think that Link could just hold it with his own hands, but also just with the magic hand. But, you know, whatever. 20 bucks! I'm underpaid. Ooh, thanks. Ooh, thanks. Okay, bye. Off he goes. Oh no, he doesn't have trouble getting it up. He gets it up just fine. He has trouble keeping it up. Alright, off we go. Yeah, I ain't fucking with you. Fuck you! Get out of the way, horse! Goodbye. Okay. I had to be very careful not to just smash my horse in the face with my gigantic stick. It's okay, I have the best horse. Good thing he's got a friend like you. Yeah, listen, I'm a helper. What is this? What is this chaos? So bonk. Benny, thanks for the save. Thanks. Steamed tomatoes. Are you a traveler? The geoglyphs? Yes, I'm aware. Haven't made much progress. The geoglyph in the area, and the incense, I found no trace of it. No use complaining though. Back to you know what? Just be glad that I took care of the giant monster that was living here. Okay, bye. You're so welcome. It's a little bit to your left. I have a lot of the icy fruits. We need to re-get some of our fire stuff though. No, Zelda's a goat lady. Alright, we're almost back on the road. Oh, I do not want to deal with your ass. Ouch. Oh, come on, man. No, I ain't about this life. We ain't doing it. We ain't playing that game. Ah, I swing that way. Alright. Noted for next time. I also have a date with a Talus that I ran away from last time. For the first time I saw it. I guess there's a missing Korok somewhere. What do you... No. Zelda is legitimately, like, part goat. Right? Because the great-granddaddy Zonai is a goat man. Am I going the right way? Yeah, I'm going the right way. We good. Oh, for fuck's sakes. You again! Why do I feel like I did this? Stop at the Thai View Tower. There's a Sky View Tower along the way? Yeah, sure, why not? There's so much shit to do in this game. Go for the corner piece. Zelda's goated. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Why are you freaking out? Stop it. Oops. Oh, I unlocked it? Oh, whoops. Whoops! I wasn't paying attention. Oh my god, shut up. Alright. You need support on both sides. Okay. I feel like I did this one already. Come on. Get in the... There we go. And just because I feel like it needs a little bit of extra, like, weight distribution to make sure it doesn't tip over the other way. There we go. How is the president standing? Yeah, well, I'm just that good. You're so welcome. First try! I already unlocked most of them are pretty much base, wall, and something to attach to the sign. Oh, yeah, this guy? Yeah. I don't mind this guy being relatively simple. Thanks. Yeah! I always use more bomb flowers. Cool, thanks. Okay, later. More bomb flowers are always great. Also, what's going on with this person? Why do you look so sketchy?
Hi.
What? Mushroom Meshi the mushroom? Okay. Hello there! I hope your travels are treating you well. So I take it if you've struck up a conversation with a fashion-forward type like me all the way out here, you must also be searching for pieces of Misko's treasure. Yes. Oh, you don't know? There was once a legendary bandit by the name of Misko, but thievery isn't what made them a legend. It was their unparalleled fashion sense. It said, am I gonna get a mushroom outfit? Am I gonna get a mushroom out? I'm gonna be so happy if I get a mushroom outfit. It's said that Mystico collected rare outfits from all over the world and hid them throughout pieces throughout Hyrule. It may only be a story, but who could resist the call for garments like that? For fashion lovers, Mystico's treasures is the ultimate score. That's why we're out here trying to find it. So, fate and fashion must have brought the two of us together right here. Shall I tell you? Yes. Absolutely. I thought I might strike your fashionable fancy. Now, do you have a map? Yeah. Here's what I've heard. There's a piece of a fairy wild outfit from Misko's collections. It's said to fill the weaver with power. It's around here. A piece from quite stylish outfit from Misko's collection is said to let you quickly climb cliffs. Ooh, might be here. Lovely. And a piece from a very snappy outfit from Misko's collection said to keep you safe in lightning is around here. All these details come from various fashion-forward friends who travel in other regions, but I'm not sure if any of these treasures are quite right for me. I don't like battle, and I don't climb cliffs. If you attempt such a difficult journey, I'm sure such styles could come in handy. That reminds me, do you know about the Great Fairies? I do know no, it's not going to give me an out of this. Okay. The Great Fairies have long existed throughout Hyrule and have been known for blessed clothing, but since so much ugliness came into our land, I've heard that they've withdrawn from view. Though I think one of them was spotted near Woodland Stable in Eldlin recently. Sorry, I've gone on blah, 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 blah. Is searching for Misko's legendary outfits. Good luck and goodbye. Alright, bye. Oh, hey, it's this guy too. Hey, what's going on with you? I'll do the rest tomorrow. Okay, I don't know what your deal is, but whatever. Okay, off we go. Did I already get one of the outfits? Is that what the backless top is? There's another shrine. Making our way downtown. Diddly-diddly-dee. Yo, I found that thing by accident! No, I am all about collecting every treasure possible. Dude, you sus as fuck. What's going on there? What is this? Oh, it's another well! Oh wait, that's the first one I jumped in. We are not going back into the depths. I do want the armors. I want all of the armors. Every armor possible. I wish to obtain. Good. We're gonna get all of them, and we're gonna upgrade all of them. That is what I am all about, my friends. Keys! Come here. Bonk! Bonk! Give me your eyeballs! Oh, I got a frog. Wonderful. Fire fruit. Alright, our horse can raid at the road. Oh, for fuck's sakes! Get out of here! Fuck you! Fuck you! Where's the last guy? And fuck you! Give me all your bits. Need all them biddies. They do be Twitch. Cool. Alright. Back to business to defeat Ganon. A tower? That one? That tower? The one I'm staring at? Did they send me daughters when I asked for sons? Why would I cook a fairy into elixirs? Sounds awful. Fire and ice. button. Needs a ball. Alright, well, let's just try the obvious thing first. Well, that did nothing. Oh, I need to get it the right size so it fits. Got it. I figured it out. Boop. Yeah, that's right. You can't trick me. I know. Okay, got another one. Can I climb this? No. Just a second. Excuse me. Goodbye. Give me a big one. Thanks. Spanx! I have the biggest brain. Do I want this spear? Sure. Get out of here. I don't want a stick. Alright. So, by the looks of things. Woo! Up we go. Oh, nope, missed. Oh, this is a little tricky. Why can I not grab these? Alright. Well, rude. Stop. Oh, okay, I gotta grab it when it's at the bottom. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do with it. Where am I going? What am I supposed to be doing? Alright, hold on. I'll be back in 1 second. BRB. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. You think it's this? Wait, that one's not... Oh. Alright. Huh. Okay. What? I don't really know what I'm supposed to be doing here. Like, this fits perfectly, which is kind of bizarre. Oh, I guess I could aim it this way. And block that. There we go. You know what? Get in there. I don't know what I need this for, though. I have it. Now what am I doing? I don't see the exit. This is all spiky. Oh! Do I need this big block to... Okay, hold on. I think I know what I'm doing. The door is down further, right? Let's go. Come on. Let's go. Slide. Give me slide. Why? Why you no slide? I'm trying to ride it. It's not letting me ride it. This is nonsense! This is rude as shit. I guess all I need is the slab, right? Like, I don't need the ice cube. I need the slab. Hey, fuck off! Whoops. Yeah, I do need the ice, right? Where's the cube? What is going on here? How did that thing not melt? I almost killed myself. Huh? What did huh? Donnie? Where's the... Guys? Wow. You gotta be kidding me. Guys. Guys. Stop that. Guys, it's not me. Look at its time. Okay. Make a slide. Wait, we gotta get on it though. I don't like that. I don't like how one-sided that is. That makes me uncomfortable. I don't need the slab. What do you mean I don't need the slab? I'll take your word for it. Is this one bigger than that one? Why not? Okay, whatever. I guess I need to drop it on this thing, right? Are you sure? This doesn't seem right. Why are they staying tiny like that? I don't understand! Oh my god! What? They didn't even break. They didn't even... Huh? What? Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure I need that slab! Alright, we'll go back up. Oh, I need the slab to block the fire, like I did up at the top. That's what it's for. I was right the first time. You guys are messing with me. Jesus Christ! What? Now, why are there two falling now? What is going on? I'm fucking... Oops. Go! What? Crap! Link, you piece of shit! Whatever, as long as it gets down there, it's fine. Nice. Alright, let's go! We ain't cowards. We can make that. Ah, we got it. It's cool. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh, you thought there was a slab down here? That would have been way too easy. It's cool. We did it. We did it. I appreciate your guys' help. Oh, we get a double upgrade next round. Nice. Maybe I can stop getting one banged by everything if I actually go and get some hearts. No. Never. Not even once. I refuse. We got 8. We don't get more hearts until we get full 2 stamina wheels. We play this on hard mode. Where bokoblins one bang you. Oh, you can ascend through ice. Very cool. Very cool. Temperate caves. Duck into a cave or a well. Oh yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Alright, did you guys say there was something else around here I needed to do? Blue Nightshade. Nice. The Skyview Tower. Which tower? Which tower am I looking at? That one? Alrighty. We will hit that tower on our way by. But first, this motherfucker. What's going on with you this time? What have I done? There we go. Oh.
Ah!
There we go. Ta-da!
Ah!
Yada yada yada, blah blah blah.
Ah!
Nice. How, like, why did they make a character that's just a walking dick joke in this game? Like, I'm not complaining, but why? This game is thirsty as fuck. This game is thirsty as fuck. Why? Again, not a complaint. I enjoy that. I'm here for it. But why though? Double rock. Nothing. Tree branch. I need to get this shit out of here. Oh, razor stream. Shrooms. Shrooms. Alright. Alright, come on. Let's go. Nice. You asked her. That's you? That guy your spirit animal? I respect that. I just do need to grab supplies while we go across. Oh my. Oh, fuck. Ass. I threw my thing. Get out of here. Oh, that got really shiny when it came out of the ground. Nice! Ah! Got the last kill. Or last shot. Oh, I like this girl. Look at her. Damn. Look at them thighs. Hot.
Ma.
Swooping in to save me in the nick of time. Yeah. Buttered storm bulb.
Ah.
Thanks. My name's Calissa. Calissa? Calissa? Legendary treasure hunter of the Gerudo. Nice to meet you. Have you heard of a strange phenomenon going on in those floating skies, caves, and treasure hunter? Legendary treasure hunter, I'm more than happy to share some tips with you. The key to making new discoveries is to get somewhere high up the cliffs of the fallen skies. Just fine. Get how high. Okay, cool. Thanks. I need to equip some stuff. Nothing. Why am I going to this tower? Hello? Hello, eyeballs! Oh, wonderful. We walk up gently to the butterflies, and then my horse scares them away. Motherfucker! Who dares? Who dares? Hey, fucking... Oh my god. Get the fuck out of here! My name is Inigo Montoya. Prepare to die. Thanks for your opal. Oh, there's a sky island above it. Okay, gotcha. How come no one's simping for what was her name? Calissa? Why is nobody simping for her? God damn. She's my type. Hey, can I help you? Are you okay? Okay, well, I don't wanna, okay. Whatever, you're fine. I'm sure that horse is fine. Are those bugs I can grab? Those look kind of small for bugs I can grab. Yeah, those are not bugs I can grab. Okay. I'm just really bad at collecting bugs, so if I see the opportunity, I should try and grab like one or two. Alright, let's go. Cream, you're the best. Let's go. Chesh likes the type that can crush a watermelon between their thighs. Yes, who wouldn't like that? What are you, mad? What do I look? Do I look gay to you? Of course I like that. This looks sussy. The heck? What are you doing? So not the way to Hyanto Village. Oh no, you are on the wrong side of the... Sea seal plushies! Oh my god, they're adorable. I hope I can remember not to glare at them. Yeah, well, yeah. Good evening, children. I'm the sand seal lady. Evening, kids. It's nice to seal ya. Everyone's sealing good? This is me. What are you doing? What the fuck? I was standing in front of you. What? What is this chaos? You startled me. Give a gal some warning next time. Oh, my toys. I worked so hard. Make the 10 of them. I am not sorry, but I will help you. If you can get all 10 of them, I'll pay you. Okay. Yeah, sure. Be careful loading the toys. They tend to fall out if they're not all the way in. Okay. You're not thinking of pocketing it. No, I'm not gonna okay, well, listen, I understand that I look like a dirty crime boy because I'm a dirty crime boy, but, yeah, fine.
Oh.
Yeah, I got it. What? Hop on. What? What? Grab it. Oh, I'm stuck. How many do I have? I wasn't counting. Link, swear to God, dude, stop. You don't need to climb on every single thing you grab it. You don't need to climb on every single thing you touch. I think this is all 10. Yeah. Yeah, I lost 2 of them. That's not bad, though. Bro, just because she's got thighs that can crush you doesn't mean she's gonna crush you with her thighs. Also, maybe she should. Maybe it's... Listen, coward. Oh. Seal and good. Okay, so, like, are you done? Oh, no. Is she gonna freak out again? Is she gonna... Am I gonna scare the shit out of her? Let's leave her again. You can do it again for money. You can just farm her for money. That's funny. That's great. I like her. She's funny. I'm a fan. Alright, where am I going? The tower. Alright, off we go. I think, you know, I don't know, I'll take my horse. Give me the fireflies. One of the best ways to catch bugs in the previous game was to wear the, Is my horse gone? Yeah. Is to wear the, stealth gear. Oh, a boss. What? Damn, I left my horse a little bit further away than I thought. Alright. This is fine. Everything here is fine. I see a boss. A rusty halberd. We can work with that. Alright. What do we want? We got an ape with attack +4, so we gotta stick some shit on that. That's for sure. What do we want to stick on it? We don't want something good. This thing? 17. 7. Oh, we still got one of these. Oh, let's use this. Oh, that's gonna be spicy. Alright, you stay here, horse. Big pokey stick. Rusty broadsword. What else we got kicking around here? Bunch of nonsense. am not firing this far enough? I have another idea. That guy that's got the electric stuff is gonna start attacking. Get him! Ooh! Damn! You don't. It's fine, it's fine. It's fine. Oh no, he knows. That's okay, it's fine. Hello! Boom! Ooh, this is not doing enough damage. Poke him in the butt! Hey! That's what's up. Yellow choo-choo jellies, nice. And a bunch of meat. Sonac shields. A stick with mushrooms on it. Well, let's just put a shield on a shield. I don't really want a stick. What else you got? Bouncy stick? The fuck? The hell does that mean? Stick, stick, stone, two-handed axe. Alright. Looks good to me. That's a stick with a mushroom on it. Yeah, yeah, I saw the stick with a mushroom. Yeah, we did okay. I wonder if there's anything worthwhile inside of any of this. On arrow. Oh shit! They don't know we're here. Do we try it? Oh fuck! No, 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 no! No, 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 no! I hate you, go away. Oh, you piece of shit. You know what? Fine, I'll play dirty. Fuck you! What? I grabbing me! Ah! Oh, I am so dead. I am so absolutely fucked. Ah! Oh, I am not ready to fight that thing. Nope. I hate that. That's awful. Ugh. We drew art of that. My art was way too accurate for what happens. Oh, do we gotta fight these guys again? Yeah, we gotta fight these guys again. That's fine. That's easy. Okay, listen, I was kind of expecting... I was expecting a little bit more... Wait, is the big guy the only one alive? What? Yeah, my art was super duper accurate. The big guy's the only one alive! How did this happen? Hello! You have no HP also, apparently. Oh no, his HP's fine. I don't think so. Fuck you. Your guts. Thanks. Alright. Well, I did. I got bodied. I got straight manhandled from those grabby hands. I am clearly not prepared for that. So we're just gonna leave. Okay, bye. I figured there'd be something in there, but I was not expecting one of those guys. I also didn't realize how far it was gonna follow me. It followed me a lot further than I expected, also. Oh, look, a Steve. Let's get him. Bye. Nice. A blue Bacabo horn. Where'd that other... Oh, there it is. No, I need those fire flowers. Whatever they're called. Fire fruit. Those things are great. Alright. Where is it? Like, was it not... Oh, there's a well there. Is that... Hold on. I need to know. I'm being nosy. To my own detriment. Is that a doom hole? Is this a doom hole? Oh yeah, that's a, what? Oh, it's blocked. Interesting. Well. Did that not set it off? Am I supposed to break it? Do I? How do I throw things? Hold. Hold. Far. Near. Far. Near. Like that. Nope. That's not the... Stop that. Okay. I can hold it, right? Oh my god. This feels unnecessary. Why am I doing this wrong? Hold. Okay, thanks. Am I throwing it now? Is this... far? Well, it didn't blow up in my face. Okay, well, whatever. Hold R. Oh. Did it open it? It did. I'm not going down there right now. But we did it. Thank you. Hey, I'm good with apples! I'm good with explosions. It didn't blow up in my face. We got apples. Oh. And a bunch of bugs. I think I need these. Not you. Well, I got one. I feel like there's probably more stuff over there, but we gotta go to... We gotta, like, actually get some progress going on here. We gotta at least make it back to Hyrule, like, Hyrule Castle. Yeah, it is kind of odd that it's tied to weapon throwing. Woo! This definitely does have, like, a big ask for knowing all the button combinations. If you're not playing on, like, a semi-regular basis, you're gonna definitely lose it. I was playing, by the way, while I was out of it for a couple of days, because my period likes to kick my ass. I spent 2 days basically playing Pokemon Legends Arceus, and I've almost unlocked all of the areas. And I got a rad team, and I've almost completed Team Mustache. So when we get a chance, and we get a little bit further in this, once we get this game wrapped up, I'll hop back to that and show you guys what we accomplished. That game is a lot of fun. Like, once you, like, if you're in the mood for it, and, like, you've got... oh yeah, I guess I could've just fast traveled to this thing, couldn't I? I wasn't even... Okay, yeah, well, you know what. We could've just fast traveled the whole time. I needed to collect equipment, alright? And it was really important to get grabbed by the grabby hands. Earth Defense Force. Nice. Alright. You said there's a thing above it? How do I... Yeah, I guess I just fly. Off we go! Is that it? Is that where I'm going? Is this where I'm going? This sky tower right here? Well, this is the one I'm aiming for. It's too late now. Land at the top. Oh, I'm trying. Dandelion. Always need more Dazzle Fruit. Dazzle Fruit are great. God, Tulin, you're terrifying. Poof, what do you need? This is a shrine, I guess. Stargate? Courage Island. What? First try! That was fun. I like that. Oh my god! Thank god, a fucking... Hey, a fairy! I will talk to Robot Man. Also fairy. Any more fairies? Damn. Greetings! Welcome! This is the site of a ceremony to test your courage. Courage is demonstrated by diving headlong through the sky. No challengers have visited the island in a long time. I'm glad you have. I witnessed your dive earlier. You seem to have come prepared. Now then, let us commence with the dive ceremony. Are you dive, sir? Could it be that you don't know the dive ceremony? No, I just like to jump off of shit. Allow me to explain. The dive ceremony is a trial that tests your courage as a rite by which Zona youth come of age. The starting position of the Sky Island, far above here. The challenger leaps from there, and they must pass through all the rings in a set amount of time. I wish you luck in formally overcoming the trial. Those who succeed receive a special outfits to mark adulthood. Go on, show me your courage. Ah, yes, we want clothing. Offering, yeah, okay, whatever, yeah, take it, I don't care, yeah, okay, yeah, no, that's supply, yeah, go ahead. I'll give you a fucking 10 of them, I don't give a shit. Follow me to your starting position. Your task in 35 seconds or less. Alright. You think we can get it? Now that I kind of know where they are. Whoops. Boom. Pop. Your time is 25, so it counts as a success. Although not by much. I have the mark for your maturity over in this glide shirt. Ooh. You must complete the ceremony, but you are not set up a mere completion. You have 20 seconds. No, I don't want to right now. Hold on. I got like 3 things I gotta do. Do I get more clothes if I beat it again? First off. How rad do we... Oh, there are 2 more islands like it. That'll give us, like, the headgear and the bottom. Look at this! We look rad. Alright. What does this thing take again? These things? I'm out of fire things. The last time I did one of these, I didn't give me a single fire thing. Oh, got one I haven't seen yet. A balloon! Oh, I've seen balloons. Time bombs. God damn it, is this thing ever gonna give me any fucking fire shit? I haven't gotten a single flame charge. Not one. Alright, well. Yeah, I figured they only give out certain drops. That's okay. We got a fairy and an outfit. I am not complaining. Why isn't this open? Oh, okay. Yeah, the one at the beginning does. I mean, I guess I can teleport back to the top there. Nah. Nah. I ain't gonna. Recovering from gloom. Yeah. You know. I gotta do a trial too? Oh, it's archery combat training. Okay. Well, I think my bow is about to break, so... Yeah, let's use a piece of shit. Hi. Hello. This shrine purifies the ancient evil. You have entered here. Heed my instruction. Uh-huh. Draw your bow in midair to heighten your senses focus. I mean, I did just do this. Fighting a giant three-headed ice-firing monster. I feel like you're being kind of condescending right now. Granddad. Oh, did I only need to do it once? Well done. Heighten your senses again, take aim, and defeat all the enemies. Ugh. Okay. I mean, it's kind of bullshit that my thing broke, but whatever. Oh, you're still alive. I thought I killed you! Fuck. And most chambers. 5 different ones. Oh, that's cool. I'm not interested in glitching the game. I'm fine with things being the way they are. Do I want a Zonai sword? I mean, maybe I do. I don't really like the boomerangs. Anything else for me to grab here? Ooh! Thanks. Cool. I mean, I don't mind glitches in games, right? Like, I think that's fine. I also don't... Ooh. I also think that, like, it's not a bad thing to have glitches in games and, like, use them if you want to and don't if you don't. Like, unless something is straight up broken, like, I don't know, there's, like, a place where you can just get infinitely stuck or something like that, or you can just, like, break your game in its entirety. Stuff like that, I think, is fine to patch. Yeah, I usually don't do glitches. I usually don't even do glitches in, like, follow-up plays. Yeah, they're just not my thing. No shade on anybody who plays with them, though. Like, mods are also a hell of a lot of fun, so... I mean, I ain't gonna yuck people's yum. This was hella fun, though. Good call, Honest Roy, coming here. Worth. Also, I like this outfit. Yeah, for funsies afterwards. Yeah. Yeah, good call. This is, like, right up my alley. This is my jam. This man dared to give me the raspberry. See, running the 1-minute ad right when, like, these things go is perfect because then when we load back in, and then it doesn't, like, come up with an ad at a really awkward point. Alright. What? Where did it go? Huh? I jumped off right after that thing. Well, that felt like nonsense. Something attacking attacking me? No, oh, okay. Where am I? What is that sound? Oh, it's you guys. Surprise! Bonk. Octo balloons. What? Huh? All right. What? Oh, there's a hole. I'm not going to a hole. Where's my horse is on the other side. I'm trying to go this way. I have managed to end up on the opposite side of where I need to be. Oh! Huh. I see. Hark. Death. Is this something? No. Okay. Shh. I made this trident. I found a big sleepy boy. We're gonna fuck him up. Or we're gonna die. One of the two. I do like my pole arms. It's true. Oh, is this guy gonna be my new best friend? My new best buddy? We are gonna wreck this man's whole day. That's what we're about to do. Alright, let's make sure we got the right stuff equipped. We got... Ooh, we do have this. Let's do that. Let's do that, just because we're assholes. And... That's a 30! And... I think we have ice attack up. That wouldn't be bad. Yeah, we got a short one. This is giving us +1. This is giving us +1 for 3. So we'll take that one, but we're not going to eat it till we get a little closer. We are going to fuck this man sideways. This dude is not ready for me. I used to do this in the old game all the time, but I had, like, the gear to do it as well. I'm wondering if I'm going to be able to do it in, like, one fucking... Do we want to get him right in the taint? Where do we want to hit him? Guys, where do we want to hit him? We're right by his head right now. Crawl up his ass? I need to, like, mod somebody in here. Cause, like, I gotta... Alright, let's get him. We're gonna go right into his grundle. Hush, little sleepy boy. Shh, everything is okay. I wonder if he can light his leg on fire. Oh, buddy. I got him! Good night, sweet prince. Oof, buddy. Ooh, traveler's bow with extra durability. That's nice. Take the claymore. Do we want... Do we want the bow? Yeah, we'll take the bow. I do, however, want to fuse this. Whoop, no, hold on. Get back here. We're gonna take this claymore, we're gonna drop that. We're going to then fuse the... Oh, hold on. Oh my god, I love that. Alright. That's fun. Where am I going? That way. That way? That way. I'm just getting squirreled every time I go anywhere, and now I lost my horse. My horse is way far behind. God. Can I just... Can I... Yeah! Boom! Off to Hyrule Castle. We may or may not get distracted. Yada da 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 da, yada da 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 da, hey, yada da 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 da. Rolling around at the speed of sound. Got places to go, gotta follow my rainbow. Spear by spear is funny. Yes. Let me up. Let me up. I've done spear plus spear. It's a good one. Give me your goods. Give. Oh, it's the Swift Violets. Nice. Yeah. Alright, well. This away! I'm assuming that I can use the, How did that not hit? I don't know how that didn't hit. But my construct bow has a charge attack. Which is also kind of fucking rad. Alright, are we back on track? Almost. Steve. Oh, then they got electrocuted. Oh, it goes really far. Okay, interesting. Okay, well, I don't want that equipped 24/7, so let's Hello! I'm assuming we can use the shock fruit to up our, fuck off. To create, like, the taser. Don't need that. What just happened? Oh, Shotgun Adventure. I wrecked their faces. I had reasons. They were good ones, I promise. Oh, I made a mistake. I should have used my Gale thing, because I can't swim worth a shit, because we haven't gone to see Best Boy Sidon yet, because Sidon, we're saving the best for last. Come here, you. Oh, man. How am I supposed to do this? I guess I could use a plank from over there. What do I have? Do I have anything useful for this? I have a cart. I have a sled. Get on the sled, dude. Get on the sled. Okay. Toolin, you piece of shit! I guess I can put a fan on it? Wait, what's this? Oh, that's a light. Yeah, we'll go with this. We'll go with a fan. And now I have a boat. Hey, come back. Well, it works. Nice. Zoom in. Gimme. Give me my treasure. My treasure. This better be good. I worked really hard for this treasure. Goodbye, boat. Thank you for your service. Ooh, yeah. That worked well, right? See? I'm an engineer. Monty over here with her degrees. This is me doing my engineering degree right now. That's what this looks like. Oh, I guess I could have just made a boat with this shit. Nah, mine was better. Alright, what do you need? What's going on here? Alright. Why is there a weed leaf? Get in there. Oh, not quite right. I don't... Will that just hold it? I don't think so. There's no way. There's no way just that one's gonna hold it. I'm gonna have to put stuff at the bottom. Yeah, okay. Yeah, why not a weed leaf? You're right. This game is thirsty and the weed helps, if fair. Korok frond. Mysterious leaf that looks like it might be hiding something behind it. It has some medicinal value. Attached to a stick, it can be used as a fan. Oh, okay. Well, that's silly. Alright, that's good. Get out of here, you garbage. Give me this. Yeah. There we go. Get there. Huh? I don't trust that. I don't think that's gonna be good enough. We're gonna put more on it. We're gonna make this the most unnecessarily complicated piece of garbage you've ever seen. You ain't going nowhere. There we go. That'll hold it. Not if you live in the States. Yeah, no, you're fine. You're good, you're good, you're good. Yeah, you're good. What? What the hell? What do you mean? This is a dirty lie. Are you kidding me? Was it not in the slot? No way. No way. This dude works for Ganon. Feels like it. Get in the slot. Get in the slot. Get in the slot. Oh, can I not put it in the slot because this dude's in the way now? Bro! Fine. You're gonna be difficult about it. Jesus. Hard for me to see from this. Yeah, listen, I'm just struggling to get it in. Alright, don't worry about it. Get in. Get in. Get in. Christ, this fucking nonsense. You're a dick. Eh. Get in there. Is it in now? Can we go a little further? There. Get out of my way. Don't tip like that, you weirdo. 5, whatever. Tip like that, see if I care. To pack it tighter. Alright. Go. Do we trust that? Here's some extra weight. Here's a rock. There. Alright. Do it. Do it. I can't talk to him. Why can't I talk to him? I broke him. There we go. Just use every little piece that is possible. There's no way. There's no way it falls. Yeah, there you go. I feel like it should have stayed up with just one piece, but, you know, we gotta over-engineer it. As you do. As you do. First try. 20 bucks. We're underpaid, of course. But I'm mostly just here for the money, to be honest, because I'm gonna need that money to give to fairies later. And so I can buy outfits. Okay, later. I'm broke as fuck! Okay, I'm going this way. Yeah, da 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 da, yeah, da 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 da. There's the castle. We're almost there. My sword is glitching through the ground. It's kind of goofy looking. Excuse me. You guys fuck off. Thanks. Oh. What is this chaos? Ah. I seem to have found a stable. And another glitchy thing. Or whatever. Glyph. That's what they're called. Oh, I've been to this one already. Oh, okay. That means I can get my horse again. Which is nice. I didn't see it pop up on the mini-map, so I thought it was a new one. Spicy peppers. Unbelievable! You again.
Oh.
Careful there, partner! You went and scared all the little birds away. It's too early to be so loud. You go storming about like that, it won't be the birds you see as then fly into the hills. It's fine, though. Did you hear some interesting chirps and warbles from them? I don't want to say this too loud at the start of panic, but rumors are spreading about Princess Zelda that she's been seen riding some mysterious beast. It's said to be a mountain of a beast, too, with one huge, brutal tusks. You mean what? Huh? Where? My little reporters have never seen anything so frightening. Yeah, of course. What made it far worse was that it seemed like the princess herself was controlling the terrifying creature. I find it hard to believe a beast like that could really be lurking in Hyrule. Why? This place is fucking crazy. But if this terrifying monster exists, then the implications may make this very, very huge story. You know, the stables are talking about some rumored beast. My little bird informants told me that there have been a number of sightings of the subtropical region in the south. If we went to learn more, we should dive beak first into this stable, and others to see if there's any truth to these rumors. We just need to peck away at this until we find out its enticing truth or an elaborate fiction. Okay.
Nah.
I would like you to board Cream so I can get Cream back. Thank you. Yeah, bro, you're a giant talking pelican. Yeah, thank you. Cream is the best horse. No, I don't want. No, I'm good. Leave my horse alone, you fucking jackass. Yeah, I got it. What? Oh my god! Alright, what do you got? Beast, I guess I gotta talk to these guys. Weapons you say, blah 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 blah. Rumored beast, blah blah blah. Stable, blah 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 blah. Rumored beast, blah blah. Legendary weapon, blah 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 blah. Weapon, blah blah blah. Beast, okay, cool. Tomatoes and a mushroom of some kind. Cool. Alright. And this time, we have... apples! Here you go, Cream. Take the apple. Good, horsey! Alright, off we go. Oh, we are right near an outfit. Oh, let's go get that. Well, we're here. Oh, what do you want?
Yeah.
Oh, customer! Hi there, welcome to New Surene's stable. I'm kind of in the middle of something, but you'd like to use the stable to go, what are you up to? Oh, it's, you got a broken fucking carriage. Uh-huh. Wild horse. Oh my god. No, I already know. Building materials. There's a bunch of building materials at every stable. Yeah, okay. Payback. So you just need some junk? Didn't I just buy some junk? I think I have junk in my inventory. Oh, I don't have any wheels. I have a cart. Am I supposed to have wheels? Is that a thing? Okay. Get some junk from my trunk. Where? Am I blind? Oh, they're right here. fixed it with their goo? That's not gonna work. The goo stuff doesn't stay forever, right? I mean, I guess it makes it easier for her to put it on and keep it there. Yeah, there you go. Yes. Thank you so much, brand new wagon wheels and everything, but I can't help but ask. What? You need a horse too? I got one. You cannot have cream. Fuck you. No, super fuck you. Hold on, I'll get you a different horse. Cream, you're no, fuck you. How dare you? Board Cream for a second. Yeah, cool, thanks. How fucking... You want Zelda's horse? You can have Zelda's horse. Okay, I don't remember whose horse this was. But... No, I don't... We're good. Yeah, thanks. God. Here, you can take this one. Yeah, I'm aware of how to do this. Do you want this? Come here, you green weirdo. You're a good horsey. Here, you can have this horsey. Here. Don't touch cream, man! Well-mannered too. Yeah, here you go. You can have that one. Yes. You're welcome.
Hi.
Yeah, I got it, yes. This is a tutorial lady that I somehow missed between point A and point B, apparently. There you go. You're welcome. Oh my god, that was absolutely worth it. My name is Link. Zoomy. Link. Maybe Zuli or Lumi? What about Zunk? Okay, I'll call this wagon Zunk. I promise to look after Zunk for as long as I live. Feel free to come and visit the two of us anytime. Is there shipping with this character? What? Okay. I'm not getting... Cream is the best horse. She doesn't get to have cream. Is that girl trying out for the Game Grumps? Yeah, why am I zoomed into my face all weird like? What? Huh? Alright, Hyrule Castle! Well, we're gonna make it there eventually. Oh right, we're gonna get this outfit. Draw some Zunk art. There's just this girl hanging out with her wagon. No, we're gonna go off trail a little, just a little bit. We are like right on top of this, so. Stop! What are you doing? Hello? Gladys. Caves are really dangerous for the bobble gems even worth it. Yo, I got shitloads of bobble gems. You want bobble gems? You got hands on a bobble gem? Got the courage to go in the cave to strong creature? You're a brave one, that's for sure. You made sure to get your hands on bobble gems. There's two oddballs at the Woodland Stable northeast. Those fellas were the friends even in the cave near the stable. I heard they're talking about some rare treasure they had, some mystic rope or something like that. You guys, listen. Oh god. Oh god. Hi. Yeah, do your thing. Oh, he ate me! Oh, no! Oh, no, he ate me! Oh, God! I can't... Am I climbing? I'm stuck. I seem to have gotten myself stuck in a corner. Okay, well. Okay. I am... Hello. How am I not hitting this thing? Oh my god! This is very awkward and gross. Ugh. There we go. Wonderful. Alright, show me your eyeball. Come here, you gross, nasty goober. Come here. Hi. This is fine. God, these things are gross. Well, at least I didn't panic. Oh, we are dropping this piece of shit. I mean, the durability plus is nice. Let's drop this. And then we are going to equip this and then use that. Okay, hopefully we did that right. What else is in here? Anything? Oh, we can ascend that, I guess. Up we go! Woo! Oh, neat. Oh, bomb flowers. Oh, bomb flowers. Oh, bomb flowers! Was there a bomb flower down here? I thought I ran past one. Maybe I grabbed it. Did I not? Boink. Am I supposed to seriously climb this to get that? This is some nonsense. Alright, well, what the fuck? You can get around that, don't be a... Why? Oh, is it wet? Or am I just wet? Oh my god, get up there, you goober! Jesus Christ. Come on, Link. You don't gotta be like that. There we go. Nice. Very wet. Much goober. Hey, listen, I've been doing pretty good about not being gross and wet. What is that noise? Oh. Oh, good shot, Toolin. He one-banged him! I mean, I was gonna make that shot, but, like, hey, I ain't gonna... I got frogs for days! Nice. Did that guy not drop anything? That's bizarre. Ah! Well, I got another frog. Oh, hey! This is the bright cap mushroom that I need for that recipe I saw on the wall. Hell yeah! Stop that. Pick this up. I need these. Bombs! Oh, I gotta replace all the bombs that I used fighting that giant fucking three-headed, one-eyed, long-horned, giant purple people eater. Hell yeah! Oh, the climbing gear. I've been blessed! I've been blessed this day. The climbing gear was my favorite in the previous game. Ah. Hello, bobble creature. You bobbled. They disappeared immediately. Oh well, I got the bobble gem. That's all I was really here for. Huzzah! Woo! 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 Well, like, I did drop bits. We got his bits. God, I swim so slow. God, did I leave my Zora armor at my house? Like, can I go get that? Can I attach a chest to my weapons? Yeah, I figured you're supposed to be able to do that, but I suck at it.
Oh.
Did I miss those two that I'm supposed to talk to? Where's my horse? Oh, you're up there. That's right. Ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba-da-ba. Look at my horse is amazing. Da-da. Off we go! We're almost back. We won't, I feel like there's something over there we could probably go get. Oh shit! I'm glad I fucking looked. Okay, you wait here. I'll be right back. I have some murder spagurter to do. Skydive mobility up. Oh. Cool. I'm gonna take the extra armor for now, just in case. But... do I still have an attack up? I do. Okay. Time for murder! Can't hit those ones. Oh. Shh. Toolin, shut up. Shh. Shh, Toolin. Don't let him know. We're gonna take his stuff. We're gonna steal his stuff, then we're gonna murder him. Alright, very good. Ooh, his hands fall. Spooky. It's okay, we're in no rush. We got all the time in the world. All the time in the world. We'll wander our way around over to his grundle area. We're fine. We're fine. We're good. Okay, that was a... Okay, I thought that was going to be a little closer than it was. We're good. We're good. We're good. I'm glad Tulin's not just fucking attacking him. Shh, don't worry about it. Everything's fine. Everything's good. We grab our attack up. Does this give us one? Oh, let's fucking go. I didn't do the charge. I didn't do the charge. Good night, sweet prince. Blend. Wonderful. I panicked just for a second. Just a second, though. Only a little baby bit. Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright, we found another doom hole. That's nice. Oh, fuck! Jesus Christ, this scared the shit out of me. Why am I using this? This is the worst weapon I could be using. Topaz rod. Ouch! One bang! Thank you for your wood, you dick waffle. Give apples, please. Is that a golden apple? Give me apples, please. Golden apple! Alright. I feel like I should cut down this apple tree. Because I want all your apples. Thank you. Cool. Neato burrito. Oh. Hello. It's you. Die. Thank you. I hope you don't rest in peace, you garbage. Oh my god! No. Just no. Are we good? Are you done? Thank you. Ah, fucking blood moon. It's fine. We're fine. I do like the trees. They're actually kind of cool. They're unique. Well, I'm just gonna light that on fire. What, huh? Why is that not catching on fire? I'm kind of offended. It is random, yeah, I'll give you that. Oh, is that not? Oh. Alright. Well, how about this blood moon goes fucks itself and we go into the shrine? And this blood moon can suck my dick. How about that? That's how I feel about that. Bite me. Later. Yes? A windy device. So I see. Seriously? Okay. Do I need to bring you with me? No. It's probably fine. Okay. I see you've played Knifey Spoony before. Let's go! Oh. Well, that's a problem. Whoops. I seem to have broken my, my boat. Alright, well, let's try that again. Alright, well, this time we won't use the axe, we'll use a pokey stick. They see me rolling. They hatin'. What? Ah, I see. Get, stab that! That's okay. I have this. Ah! I also might just be able to do this. Yeah, there we go. Thank you for your stuff. Nice! Money. Gotta love free money. Excuse me. Pardon me. Insert elevator music here. I did almost manage to time this with the ad. Slightly off. Oh, I'm skipping this. Hey, we are at 10. Damn. By the time we get to the next prayer area, we're gonna, like, the next Helia statue, we're gonna be able to, like, finish our second wheel of stamina and maybe get a heart if we get another one or two. Groom that covers the ground cannot be dispersed by, not by a weapon, nor by fire, no by, okay. But you can disperse it. Interesting. horse somewhere? That way. See another shrine over there. But that is okay, because we are staying on task. Get out of here! Get out of here! They're like rats! Ooh! +4 attack up? Yeah, I'll take that. Yeah, we can drop the one we're carrying, actually. You know, you're starting to fucking spook me and I don't appreciate it. First off, fuck you. Oh, okay, I was gonna say there's no way that didn't hit. Monster extract. Nice! That's cool. Alright, my horse should make his way around. Look at my horse is amazing! There's a wagon here. Huh. Hello. Hello. Talk to me! Jesus. Oh, well, it's nice of him to be like, thanks for your help now. Oh, what? That doesn't count? No? Okay. Alright, fine. I don't want that. Ow! Oh, I didn't attach it. I just... Whoops. It's fine, don't worry about it. There. That should have been close enough. Yeah, see, he's fine. This guy's head, man. Like, how tall is the top of his head? This dude is unbelievable. Thanks. Ooh. That's nice. Thanks. Hey, bomb flowers! Thanks. Okay, bye. Listen, I'm always happy if he gives me bomb flowers. Hey, Cream, why are you all the way over there? Come on. We got places to be! We got shit to do! This way. Steve. Goodbye, Steve. Give me your fire flowers. Wonderful. Yep, da 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 da. Ta-da! Yo. Let's go! We are back at it. We have made it back to Hyrule Castle. Good job, everybody. We're just gonna quick make our way into town. God, Cream, you're the best horse ever. Did we? Is this? Where's that? I'm sorry. Fuck off, Gloom Face. Get out of here. What is this? I don't understand what's happening. But it, huh? Okay, I don't know what just happened, but it fucked off, so I'm fine with that. I did skip a blood moon? Where's the, I'm slightly lost and slightly confused. That did not happen the other 2 times. Where's the though? I need to go to here. I'm on the wrong side. Okay, we'll come back to this shrine. I'm not gonna do this right now. We're going this way. We are trying to get ourselves quick, right like a bony. Oh, come on, Cream, don't be like that. I guess we'll save this lady on our way by. God, lady. How am I? There we go. Get out of there. We just like her. She's great. We meet again. Rumble ball in the set. Thank you. Okay, later. Ta-da! We're not just gonna leave our yeah, you know, to be fair, she probably doesn't need our help. She's pretty sexy.
Yeah. Alright, we're almost there.
Yeah.
Goblins look like they're having a good time. I'll come and murder you later. You little bastards. You think they're gonna like open the gate for me to come through, or gonna let me in? There we go. Oh, do they not let my horse in? This is nonsense. I am the one who returns Poes to the afterlife where they belong. I have Poes? There's indeed a Poe! What pitiful beings they are. They have lost their way home and wandered the depths of the land. I have returned the lost spirit to the afterlife where it belongs. Since I was brought here to the surface, I have been unable to return Poes to the afterlife. Because wait, is this the head? Wait, is this the head of the guy that I... like, in the under area? He gave me a dark clump. Okay, thanks. Encounter my brother in the depths of the land? Yes. My brother and I have combined our power to create the Tunic of the Depths. If desired, you would take a suitable offering. I already have it. Oh, it's a... I have the Dark Tunic. Oh. Gloom resistance? Yeah, take them. Take that shit. I can sense the locations of my brother and offer me 10 Poes. I will tell you where to find one of them. Yeah. Oh, okay. Go to location in the seek and watering spirits for my brother in the depths of the land. Cool. I'm not talking to you guys right now. Alright. Well, that is a good place to leave it. We have a place to go visit in the depths. We have a place to go in Hyrule. And we have a thing to do at Hyrule Castle, which we have now made it to. We are standing right in front of a quest. And we have, we gotta go to the Gerudo area. So that is what we're gonna do next. We're gonna go to the depths, we're going to talk to these people, and we're going to, we're gonna head to Gerudo. So, I think that's gonna be a good place to call it. Thank you so much for joining me. This has been a hell of a lot of fun. Yeah, we'll take a run around here. We have clothes to buy. We have some depths to check out. We'll run around, do some stuff in this area before we move on. Hey, Cream! Yeah, there you go. Cream made it inside somehow anyway. So, thank you so much for joining us. I told you, Cream is the best horse. This will be also available on YouTube, so please feel free to enjoy it again there. I'll be in side chat so you can have more of a giggle. And, I'll, see you guys next time. I'll be live on Tuesday. If not tomorrow. I might be live tomorrow. We'll see how I'm feeling. But, thank you so much for joining me. This has been a hell of a lot of fun. I'm gonna raid somebody. But for now, I'm gonna switch us on to the outro. Bye! I don't know who we're raiding. Wait, let's see if there's anybody first. Is there even anybody to raid? Nope. I got nobody to raid, so we're not gonna raid. Thank you so much for joining. I'm gonna see you guys next time. Bye-bye!